Hello. Hello, and welcome to Feedback Friday. It is Art Edition. Charlie has predicted correctly that it is time for stream because she just hopped onto my lap. And she loves to hop onto my lap when I start a stream every time. Hello. Welcome. It is Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Welcome to the stream. So, how's everybody doing? Good morning. Hello, Michelle, Gordon, Arctic, Taraco, Clay, Math, Jordan. Hello, everybody. Hope everybody's having a good day, morning, evening, wherever you are in the world. Swifty, hello. Yeah, we have a spot of rain, which is fantastic right now. As I'm sure a lot of you are aware, there's raging wildfires in Canada right now. Not nice. Um, our air quality was ridiculous because there was basically just uh, the weather was kind of trapping all the smoke over a lot of our kind of populated areas. But rain has helped. Wind seems to be changing, so it's getting better at least in southern Ontario right now. Hopefully, I haven't kind of looked at exactly what the map looks like this morning, but air quality is significantly better in Toronto at least, and I know Kingston, where I have some family, is ridiculously bad like 2 days ago. But yeah. Could I please remove the King's Reward? I cannot. Um, that's not in my purview. It's something to, I don't know, discuss with the other devs though. But uh, hopefully we can make sure that it's doing what it needs to and is interesting. Yeah. All right. Get some icy new mice to compensate for the weather. Oh no! Accidentally started a chase in the Great Hall this morning. I take it that that was not the room you wanted. Yeah. When it scrolls you down, it's annoying. I did notice that it'd be kind of nice if like when you click the like claim or solve. What is the button? Either way, when you click that, it'd be. I feel like it might be nice to kind of like scroll you back up to the horn itself, just because when you click that, it scrolls you down, fill it in. If it popped you right back up to the horn, maybe that would be a little smoother. Thank you. They my plants got a little bit thirsty. I went out to a cottage with my family for a week. That's why I wasn't streaming last week. Um, and I did have a friend stop in, but I had little pepper kind of sprouts going, and unfortunately, all those didn't make it. They were very thirsty little sprouts, and basically needed watering every single day, and didn't make it. But the rest of my kind of hardier plants are good, and I'm probably gonna try and pick up a tomato plant soon. Um, I wanted to like start one, but knowing that I was going to be away for that week didn't make too much sense. Figure I'd just get an established one because I've had more luck with those anyways. But yeah, got your mythical giant last week. Nice. Yeah, so I had to have like all my windows and stuff closed, had my AC running just to try and filter a little bit of the air. Not that it would get this super fine particulate, but yeah, when I had to go outside, I had to like drop off some supplies to a friend for a thing they're running. They needed me to bring them some stuff, and I wore like my N95 while biking. Uh, yeah, yeah. I know New York got it real bad too. Yeah, the King's Reward is much nicer now than it used to be, at least. I agree. I like it better. Um, That's true. Yeah, you can just hit the letter H on your keyboard to sound the horn. Yeah, I didn't really think about kind of like the pepper plants as well as I could. I should have thought to kind of like have someone come in regularly to do that, but oops. All right. I think maybe the H doesn't work on every single browser, but yeah, I don't remember what allows it to work and not in certain circumstances. Circumstances. That's how you say that, right? Um, yeah. So today for art stuff. I have like two options, and maybe both. We'll see. So the first one is working on a journal theme for the Bountiful beanstalk, which I think would be a lot of fun. And that kind of came down the list of things that might be nice, and then I'm claiming that for Feedback Friday probably, because I know we like doing those here, and this one would probably come out unlike some of the others I've done. Um, and then another one, while I was actually at the cottage, I had some mouse hunters message me about updating the mouse hunt shield for the community Discord, because it's Pride Month, and I am all about supporting that. I have lots and lots of friends that are in that group, and I'm kind of in that territory myself a little bit. But yeah, it's something that's super important to me. So personally, I would like to kind of like do a quick little kind of color up of the shield. I know that's also quite important to a lot of the developers as well. So showing that we care and support is a good thing. I know that like kind of corporations and stuff kind of putting rainbows and stuff on their products is like it's nice, but it's also kind of like still like a corp doing it. So a lot of the time it comes off as just kind of trying to win points, and I don't want us to kind of come across that way. So I kind of felt like it might be a nice thing to kind of do on Feedback Friday, and even just have like an open chat about just kind of how it's important. One of the things that the team are kind of like continually doing. It's not just like for this month we're gonna kind of focus on inclusivity and kind of support and stuff, but we are actually and have kind of been trying to continually just find better ways to kind of just integrate more kind of just inclusivity into the universe itself as a whole, not making a big deal of it just kind of like just making sure that it kind of has a lot more representation wherever we can, and just kind of making it just a normal thing and not trying to be like, look what we did. So that's kind of like how we're wanting to kind of be a part of that, just kind of like make it just a part of the MouseHunt universe, and it's nothing crazy special and like I guess virtue signaling, that kind of thing, because it is important to us, and I like it when it can be just kind of like a part of it normally. So yeah, I'm thinking we might be able to, if we're interested in doing that on stream, kind of like add some lovely rainbow colors to the shield. I don't think it would take very long, so we could probably do both if we do that. I can also just do that on the side if we wanted to just crack on into the journal theme and toss it over to the Discord server if they would like. But yeah, so I guess I wanted to kind of like, as the human Jacob, just kind of let you all know that is important to us. But yeah. Thank you. Actually, I've been meaning to. Okay, so total tangent suddenly. There's this thing that I'm going to be a part of on the weekend. It's like an axe market, because I'm becoming an axe artist. Let me show you. I can't very easily move because Charlie's asleep on my. Oh no, she moved. She was asleep on my lap. But yeah, I'm a part of an axe throwing league. I've mentioned this before, but I'm doing axe art now. So this is the latest one, and I'm actually donating it to be raffled for charities. But yeah, so that'll be fun, and I want to go and like grab more colors because right now this is just like a gold. I have a lot of metallic stuff, but I wanted to kind of do a whole rainbow set on my fingertips for the market. If I can finish up that axe in time to have time to go out and get more polish and colors. We'll see. But yeah. Yeah, so I would like it to be into the game. And like there's a couple of kind of discussion points around that. Obviously, like, like a lot of us are totally, well, I think all of us are 100% kind of like in full support of our queer friends and all that. And I guess one of the things that we discussed internally is kind of putting up shields and doing kind of events around things. It's a good thing. We like being able to do that, but it also kind of creates a conversation where it's like, oh, what about this kind of like these things, and like supporting that, and like one of the things we've done in the past, like with the Hope Mouse, is when we kind of like started doing that, it became a case where we had to kind of figure out how to pick and choose, and that started to feel a bit difficult, because there's just so many conversations and things to highlight that this isn't necessarily like the platform to kind of like try and do all of that. And a lot of the time it's also we may kind of like really be behind that, but not necessarily be the people to represent certain things, like but yeah, it's kind of an interesting conversation with that. But so from my perspective, I'm personally just kind of pushing for putting more representation into the game, just kind of like as just a existing thing, more characters that are kind of like, it can be a bit hard to give like full representation, but like obviously just kind of like exploring more possibilities with characters and that territory. Yeah, so it's something that I'm kind of like trying to push for the pride flag one. But yeah, we also don't want it to just come across as kind of like a, like I guess virtue signaling around it, and which is also why I wanted to kind of do that as kind of like, hey, like this matters to me and a lot of people personally, and so I don't want it to be just kind of like a faceless thing behind it. So we'll see. I would like it to be, definitely. And yeah, I don't know if we're gonna kind of necessarily like yeah, I guess it's it's interesting, but yeah, I would like to incorporate it, so we'll see. Am I looking to painting the axe or just do some etching? It's mostly etching right now that I do, and I do inlay metal into it, but that's a really slow process, so I don't know if I'll be doing a lot of that. The etching is a lot faster. Let's see. All right. Okay, so I'm going to, because I think it would be relatively quick, and it is very important to me. Um, like I am just kind of a cis guy, but I am pansexual, so it is something that is a part of kind of what I really kind of support, and I have tons of friends in the community, people I care a lot about. So I would like to work on this today. Um, I'm not sure how I want to incorporate the flag exactly. Like it could be the backdrop, or like the whole thing could just be like a splash of color. But honestly, I think we could probably do this relatively quickly if we figure out how and where to place it. Um, and then I think we could at least start doing kind of the layout for the journal theme. And I know a lot of people would be interested in kind of like helping designing the journal theme. Whereas this is just kind of like, I don't know, I guess slap it there in that kind of rotation. So um, maybe like the lettering could be different colors. You might not read as well. It's hard to say. And the actual shield, I want to do like an update on it as well at some point, just so that this is cleaned up more. It's like I have a higher res version of it, but this is kind of the one we use for kind of like plugging into things. So this is the one I want to do it on in case we do end up plugging it in. But what it could do is just, why are you kicking me, Charlie? She laid down on my lap and then just immediately started kicking. Like it could be maybe like behind in here. It's tough because it's not the best space to work with. Also, do I have a cutout? Oh, I do. Okay. No, it's not actually very accurate. I think this cutout was based off of the black and white one, which is apparently slightly different design. Just barely. Some of the edges are a little off. But I could make a selection of that, and then if I do that, wait, do I want to invert it? Nope, that's right. So I'm just going to ramble to myself a bit while I like rearrange things. So, oh, that might not be, okay, we're getting the purple bit cut off. If we do this, is that, I don't know. Like it's not like the greatest job on it. But I also don't know how else I could kind of lay it out to really make that work, you know? Okay, actually, let's see. I have some thoughts in the chat. Thank you. Shield first. Drape it. How do I drape it on there? Yeah, actually, that'd be kind of cool if you could like choose your shield. Hmm. Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, like obviously, like we would want this to kind of be Pride Month, and like I mean there's so many other things too, like Black History Month, and kind of I mean even kind of like support for the war in Ukraine and all kinds of stuff that like matter, and I mean I don't know that like a video game that people kind of want to use as just kind of like a comfortable escape from some of the horrors of our reality is necessarily the place to kind of like project that all the time. Because honestly, if we did kind of like show our support for all the things that matter to us, it would be around the clock. There would never be a gap. And so that's kind of like as much as I really want to put this kind of like into the game in this capacity, just to be like, here, look at this, it matters. At the same time, it's kind of one of those things where it's just like it always matters, and I want it to kind of not just be like a single image that changes. I want it to just be the whole game that kind of adapts and improves. And yeah, I don't know. Hopefully I'm not kind of stepping in it by kind of talking about it the way I am. But it does matter a lot. Very important. And so it looks kind of nice if it's like that. It's kind of like there's only a tiny bit of purple, and we like that purple. And I can't shrink it so much. Maybe that is okay. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully that works. All right. I think that's all right. It's upside down. I mean, I wonder if, because like I like this orientation of it as well, but then we can't fit all that, and then also if it's this way, yeah, it's just like the width of it makes that triangle like hard to fit, whereas this is probably the most fit that I can give it, at least with this orientation of this layout of the flag. Like could it be an angle like that, maybe? Oh, but then it doesn't get kind of yeah, we're missing out on colors. Unfortunately, the mouse pedestal area it takes up so much of that space. It's hard to make that work. Does this look like it kind of like is doing it right? Like another way to do it might be to just kind of overlay it like this. Oop. Bring it down maybe, and then could I do just like a hue? Blech. That's weird. Maybe like I can go over this and reblock those colors, because right now this is just like a JPEG, so look how grainy it gets on those edges. So I would kind of be able to clean that up. Trying to overlay the triangle colors onto the mouse. Drape it over the shield like fabric, like this. Drape it over. I'm trying to visualize draping it over, like it's just covering over the shield completely, kind of thing. Does this like that? Might be a bit too obscuring. Kind of lose what it is. It's kind of nice looking though. I like it. It's a good family crest right here. Okay. Put it on half the shield, then make it look like a flag that is draping over. Oh! Okay, so it'd be more like, or I'll just sketch it out. So kind of like it's like kind of draped over it like that kind of idea. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to understand how draping would look, but I think I kind of get what you're at. So maybe it's like an actual flag that's just kind of being dropped on top. Hopefully not unceremoniously. Yeah, how you're thinking with portals. Yeah, okay. So that could maybe, like, I still want to try and get like all the colors in here. So how many? Yeah, 6. Okay. So that would be divided in to 3 on each side. So, I mean, it just kind of does it. It might work. It's is it weird that it's just kind of like just tossed like a shirt over a chair kind of thing. Um, hmm. Could we maybe the actual kind of like the mouse portion? Like if this is all kind of like, well, I guess a better way to show that would be like if that's divided into colors, it'd be really hard to read. Like it'd be a lot kind of noisier, and it might be harder to kind of get the other parts of the flag into. I don't know. I'm still thinking this is kind of like the one that actually shows it, and we can kind of like make that like give it a little bit of drop shadow up at the top to kind of nest it inside of the shield. Do we even kind of incorporate it just a little more by giving it a little bit of a kind of metal haze there? Yeah, I want it to feel like it is actually a part of this shield. I think we could, don't know if this will work, but bring it up a bit more. Because yeah, I kind of want it to feel like it's like enamel inset and that. So maybe something like that feels like it's actually kind of present as a part of the shield. I want it to actually be incorporated into it, right? So that could be nice. And then maybe even a little bit of kind of light blooming off of that. So the metal of the mouse there is kind of reflecting a little extra light onto it, perhaps. And that kind of feels like it's actually like a part of it, maybe, hopefully. Yeah, just giving it a little bit of a drop shadow. What do we think of that? I kind of like I this little kind of roundness. It really helps to sell that it's actually like a part of that physical shield as opposed to just kind of like a cutout slapped on top, right? Because it felt a little bit like it was kind of just copy and pasted onto it, which it was, but this feels maybe hopefully a little more incorporated, a little more intentional. Just a tiny bit of shadow just to help bring that all together there. Ooh, that's a bit. Hopefully that's nice. Alright. Yeah. Let's see. A couple people mentioning Nathan's idea. Oh, okay. Have it drape down over the entire shield with the background like you have it, but metallicized where the gold parts are. I was thinking about doing that. I think it'd be kind of challenging to kind of like get the reed to work. I like it, and it was one of the ideas I wanted to consider. Yeah, I think. Do I have the? No. Okay, so I don't have the actual like areas cut out, unfortunately. So like it'd be a lot easier to try something like that if I had like the text and stuff on this file separated, but I don't on this one. And also, yeah, I would wonder how kind of like noisy that would end up being. I definitely like the idea though. And if it was like if the whole day was kind of like, yeah, let's just try and like spend the whole day perfecting this, then that would be kind of like a good way to do, you know, a good long stream out of doing that, because metallicizing all of that would not be a slow or not be a quick process, I suppose. Yeah, I do feel like that is kind of feeling like it's more naturally a part of the shield now, so I like that. Just kind of want it to really make it feel like it's in world here. It's a part of the fabric of this shield, metaphorically and figuratively. All right. A little too much shadow there. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Elam, that's an interesting conversation. Yeah, there are like a lot of different shields for different events, and as I stated, this is kind of like this was requested by the Discord. So I wanted to at least give it to them because I think it's a wonderful thing to do. And, you know, I want to show my support personally. And it matters a lot to me. So, you know, I want to create this for my own use, and for anyone who wants to is welcome to use this. It would be cool if, yeah, like in game we had the ability to kind of like add this to your own shield and stuff like that, just kind of like as your own personal toggle thing. Right now, the way shields work is like for an event we can swap it out, and there isn't like an event that's kind of like running for Pride Month. Um, so I don't think we're swapping it out, especially like uh, kind of like a few like weeks in. And as I've stated before, like representation is very important to me, and I think it's a great thing. But also like a big thing that we're doing in the kind of like the dev team is just kind of finding ways to kind of work on it just being a part of the fabric of the game more appropriately, and just kind of working towards just kind of like making it more just it just exists in the game as a part of it, and not kind of trying to like make an event necessarily about it. Not that I have any issue with doing that, but all right. So yeah, personally, I'm all for putting stuff out there. Love and support. All right. Well, I like this. I want this as an enamel pin personally. This would be amazing. Gotta get on that. All right. So I'm pretty happy with that. I think that looks pretty nice. Like I wish that the purple was a little bigger. Oh, actually, you know what? I could give it a little more room. I can give it more room. It's not a ton more, but here we go. Oops. Why is that? Oh, I see. Right, because it's not 100%. There we go. So at 100%, well, maybe with the highlight, it actually does kind of blend it better. Drop it down. It was at 80 before, and that looked pretty good too. But I don't want it to feel like it's desaturated. Like that's way desaturated. Like that's way too desaturated, obviously. Like I want it to be full of color and beauty. So that feels like it is incorporated into the metal enough, but it still has like good saturation to it. Also, can I just sharpen this? Would that work? It still has like those edges. Okay, well, I can use my line tool. Grab that color. Don't use this very much, but oh, do I have to? Yeah, okay. I can tell I don't use this tool ever. So I'm like, how does this work? What? How to use tool? Okay. Oh. Oh, okay, right. I see what's up. Alright, I need to do that again with it at full opacity. There we go. Now the color isn't kind of off. Just to clean this up a little bit. Such lovely colors. All right. Line tool is not the best at tiny little individual pixel tweaks. I'd have to break out the pencil tool for that. Charlie, you're slipping. Why do you do this? She'll like fall asleep with her butt just hanging off the edge of stuff and then just slowly slide. And I have to like hook my leg around her to prevent her from just completely falling. Because she'll just fall. Fully asleep. Land on her butt and then like look at me like, why'd you do that? You butt. Unbelievable. My human. Alright. Yeah, Charlie's a unique cat. Okay. Try and get the right colors. Hopefully the actual hues are not too far off with it being just kind of like a compressed image. Okay. Go. And that and that. Oops. Yeah, all right. Just use a little bit of overpaint technique to clean that up. There we go. Oop. It slid over a single pixel just as I let go. And oh. Again, line tool not the best for doing this cleanup. I mean, it's good for doing the lines, but not for individual pixels. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. Alright, that should be get a little crisper there. Oop. Come on. There we go. Hi, Charlie. Yeah, you're helping. One thing about the tablet screens is because they're draw on, you don't want it to be like up here to draw on because your arm will get really tired. So it's like down on top of my desk and I can look down on top of it. But that also means it's very easy for a cat to just kind of like walk and just block it entirely. And it's often a clear spot on my desk because my hands are always kind of moving around it. So it's a good spot for the cats to park their butts. Oh yeah. That's another idea that I had while I was like chatting with the devs about kind of like doing a little bit of kind of pride. Wanted to put like gift of the day potentially as like rainbow charms. I think that'd be nice. So yeah, I think there's ways to do that with it there being kind of like an event running maybe. I'm not sure how that stuff works, so I couldn't be sure, but I think it'd be cool if we just kind of give more of those out during the month. Okay. So I'm thinking that's actually not bad. Again, like I legitimately really want this as a physical enamel pin. I would love this. I don't really put enamel pins on things anymore, but I want it. So yeah, I feel like that incorporates it decently. Hopefully that looks good to other people. if anyone has any thoughts around kind of if the placement looks good or not, I am interested to hear. Here we go. I get a little more color splash if I just slide it. I want to make sure that the trans kind of part is visible enough. Like, I don't want to cut off the white in that. Okay, that feels like it actually incorporates an alright amount there. Okay, I kind of like that. Yay! I'm glad that you like that. Oh, I gotta clean up the bit of it now, because that was behind the mouse when I was doing cleanup, so I kind of made a mess. Oops. Okay, let me just quickly using the pencil tool for this because it's just tiny a little bit. Yeah, as I said, I have a lot of friends and loved ones that I want to be able to show my love and support of them. They matter a ton to me. And because the world is the way it is, I feel it is important to make sure that they know that they are loved and supported, you know? It'd be amazing if we lived in a world where it wasn't something that kind of, you know, you had to almost kind of like go about, like, out of the way to kind of just make a point, you know? It was just welcome and normal everywhere. That'd be fantastic, but yeah, well, still have some growing to do as a species. Alright. It's like a single pixel off and it's noticeable. Okay. Oh, got a little bit. It's a little bit. Okay, that's probably the shadow here. Yeah. So if I smooth that, that looks nice. Smooth that a little better. Grab that yellow, and I think we're golden. Just a bit. There we go. Yeah. Oh. A little bit grainy over here. Just clean that up a bit. Because we shifted it to the left, so it brought some of the artifacts over. Make sure to grab color from the center of that. Good up there. And the green seems to have like quite significant artifacts from the compression. Maybe it's because the blues and yellows right beside it, the blending in Clip Studio can be a little bit wonky. I think there's a thing where if you try and like blend yellow and blue together in Clip Studio, if it was actual pigment, you should get green, you know, or like if it's light. So if it's like light and pigments mixing, you get green if you combine yellow and blue. But in Clip Studio, I think it does like a weird purple or something really odd. I noticed someone like talking about it online. Just clean up this edge a little bit more, crisp it up. Again, this is like on such a level of kind of at size, this won't make a difference. Like when it's used, it's going to be compressed down from this. But if there's just a little bit more the black, I think that'll read nicer here. Just give it a little more breathing room. Yeah. Okay, practically there now. And then we'll do a little bit of sketching for the journal theme. And then we'll go on lunch and keep working on it. So we're going to do a full day stream. Yeah. Okay, I'm actually pretty happy with how this looks now. I think that's nice. Kind of want to... this edge up here, though. I'm wondering if I can just trim that a bit. Oop. I want to fill it, not erase it. There we go. Have that kind of like overlay over top of the back a bit more. Because it has kind of like a weird cutout edge that I think could look nicer if it merged a bit more like that. Same with here. Well, maybe. Oop. What am I doing wrong? Oh, I should be doing a fill. Nope, an erase. Yes, an erase. Okay. Got a little mixed up. I was doing some masking stuff in Photoshop yesterday, and the way masking works in Photoshop is different from Clip Studio, so I got a little bit mixed up. So then I would fill here, just to get that, a little bit of that. Yeah. Okay, so I don't like that shadow there anymore now. At least not as strong as it was. Okay. And just get a little bit of texture in the highlighting. Because again, I want it to feel like it's a physical, like enamel paint on the on this metal shield, right? So if it has like a little bit of texture to it to kind of catch that light, that might make it feel a little more realistic. Okay. And then I think I can just fill that little corner. Cool, okay. I like it. She's pretty. Cool, okay. So I'm gonna give that a save. And okay. Pride. There we go, the Pride shield. Awesome. Okay. So we have here our blank journal theme. Oh wait, what did I miss? Some of the chat. Oh, I should have checked the chat. All right, I'm gonna jump back, make sure there wasn't any. I'm bad at watching chat sometimes. Hello, Giorgio. Okay, let's see. Ooh, a quilt style would have been interesting, yeah. Reopening the MouseHunt merch thing. Merch is technically still a thing. I want to improve it, though. It's not where I want it. It's a lot of work, though. Oh, yeah. Giorgio made... so heads up if you are interested in getting the sleeping cheese, which is a fun little icon for when you disarm your bait. you'll notice that the kind of the banner that pops up is a cute little cheese that's asleep. Sunha had the idea of like kind of giving a little icon of a sleeping cheese, so that is of her brilliance that I illustrated. And Giorgio decided to like put it on mugs and stickers and stuff. Be warned, it's an extremely low resolution image. Um, so if you were to get that on something, don't get it as like a bed sheet or poster or something ridiculous, which is crazy priced on Society 6 because those websites. Um, but yeah, it might be really grainy. It's a very low res image, but it's fun. Yeah, big brain moves. I like it. Yeah, get it as a tiny little thing because when I drew it, it was drawn for the actual like pop up that shows up, so it's not high res at all. Oh yeah, yeah. I guess depending on whatever the product is, that determines the resolution. I think maybe the stickers are the smallest and cheapest, so make it a billboard. I mean, at a distance, it would still read, but if you went up, you'd be like, "That's a lot of pixels." Yeah, Sleepy Cheese is an actual cheese in the game. That'd be great. You have to use it to like cause a boss mouse to get sleepy so you can catch it. It's like the reverse of the Minotaur mouse who like wakes up and gets angry the more you hunt. This one makes it sleepy. There you go. Yeah, yeah. 1800 by 1800, 300 DPI minimum requirement. And so we made that file. It's, only blown up like 30 times what it should be. So, yeah. But I love that Giorgio you did that. It was hilarious. It would make a great little kind of product image. Maybe I'll have to recreate that in a high res one day. Do it on a stream. Yeah. Okay, so before we go on lunch, which we have an hour before that, I would like to start the Bountiful Beanstalk journal theme. We can get that sketch going, see if we like the direction, and then we'll go on lunch and just kind of keep painting afterwards, see how far we can get with it. But yeah, let's just see. So that's... I haven't worked in this file for a little while, so I need to reorient myself as to what each part of this is. It was also like created in Photoshop years ago, tweaked here and there over the generations of rather iterations, but it feels like generations of kind of like how we adjusted things and then imported into Clip Studio. So it's not necessarily fully configured, but I think... Oh yeah, there's some old ones in here. Just some random ones, really. So the blank one here, I think, is a good one to duplicate. Just because it kind of has some fill. Although, do I want to go edge to edge? I don't think I do on a lot of journal themes. I need to like open actual more recent ones. What would be a good one? I guess events. But now those are tucked away in their own little folders, so I'd have to dig around a little bit. Yeah, we're moving all of our stuff to like a shared drive. So navigating that, it's well organized. But I don't have the same tool for just kind of searching everything because that was set up for my hard drive, not the shared drive. So finding some stuff, it's a little bit more of a process. at least for now, until it's like kind of more converted over and we're using that for everything. Just trying to think of like, what was the last journal theme that we did? Sure, we did one for like the Great Winter Hunt, didn't we? Is that uploaded? Because like not everything's uploaded yet, so okay, there we go. We do have. Okay, cool. Yeah, so there is still gaps on the sides. Perfect. That's all I wanted to check. Okay, so those gaps are probably a nice distance. Good, good. All right, so we'll use this blank. Duplicate that. Makes sense that it works because it is kind of supposed to be set up as a template. What are these? Nothing in that. Nothing in that. Okay, I'm just going to delete that folder. Literally seems to have nothing within. Here we go. All right, so this. This is familiar. It looks like this journal theme. Yeah, that was the start of it, the sketching. So I would have done that on a stream at some point, I believe. Gives you an idea of some of the history of this file. Okay, what is this one versus this one? Weird. Oh, okay, so a number of the journal themes I'd have like icicles or whatever hanging off of it, but older ones I wouldn't even necessarily like have it go this full height. So I guess this was like the older template for kind of like how tall the bottom of journal themes were for older ones, but then we kind of kept enjoying adding more and more detail potential. So the nice thing about journal themes is like we can just kind of keep expanding the bottom and it doesn't really kind of like interfere with anything, but this is a nice height to kind of like take advantage of adding enough detail without it just kind of being this big, mural that you have to scroll down through. Okay, cool. So what we can do is, I think this is an empty layer here. This can be our sketching layer, which is good. Where we can just kind of start to scribble and see what we want to do. So obviously for the beanstalk, having kind of like the actual vines and stuff would probably be a good place to start. Check, I have some direct messages. Awesome, thank you, Michelle. So we could have kind of like beans, like the vine itself. We could have castle elements, perhaps, clouds. What would we want to represent with this journal theme that you would earn at the Bountiful beanstalk? Give me some ideas in the chat. What do we want? So I'm thinking if we did do like the actual beanstalk itself, I wouldn't want it to kind of like go off the frame because it'd be weirdly cut off at the bottom. The mythical giant looking down. Ooh. Oh yeah, golden eggs would be kind of neat in that. Different layers, beanstalk at the bottom, leading up to a ballroom at the top. That could look nice. Yeah. So then, yeah, we could have like the dungeon and yeah. Might be hard to pull it off with like the limitations of the image. It's a good challenge. We can't have elements going over top, right? Because it'd look nice to have like little vines kind of like swirling and kind of sticking out in front, but that's not something that works with the way the file is built. So it all has to go behind this box. Um, yeah, I like representing more things. So I'm thinking if we have clouds at the bottom, we can kind of like have that just vanish into nothingness, which is useful. Uh, so we can make it feel like very tall, and even have like little things kind of coming out of the clouds, I guess, if we want. Um, and I really do enjoy playing with like the silhouettes of things as well. So the top frame, instead of being like a box, I don't think we've ever really done any that are just that simple. There's probably some that have like fill the entire space, but I like it when we can kind of cut into that somehow. So it could be like the castle at the top. It could be a detail of a part of it. Um, Golden goose coming out of the clouds, just the wings spread and kind of like light shining behind it, descending from the heavens. Um, hmm. Doesn't feel like I'm climbing up the beanstalk. Feels more like Zocors all over again. It's an interesting perspective on it, yeah. Yeah, just the goose, just with its bow tie, light shining behind it. Not a good goose sketch there, but I think we all get the idea behind that. If it's like the light behind the clouds or something like that. Let's see. Do we want it to be a scene? Do we want it to be just a compilation of elements? Like just different things that kind of like represent the area, just kind of hobbled together. Okay, golden goose journal theme costs 100 golden geese. I like it. It's for those hunters that like are actually masters of, being able to get multiple geese in a single run, and they've kind of, you know, figured out exactly how to perfect it. Um, they've gotten all the rewards. They're looking for more to do with their golden geese, which they just have far too many of. Sure, make it cost 100. Why not? I mean, the cool thing about a journal theme is it is something you can like show off, right? So I actually like the idea of it being quite an endeavor to acquire it. So personally, I think it would be nice if it is like not cheap. But I'm also someone who kind of like likes to create ridiculous challenges for the hunters, which eventually perhaps are too far gone. While being someone who doesn't necessarily do that challenge myself, so perhaps that's not the angle we will want for this. Yeah, an Eggmaster theme would be good, wouldn't it? Ooh. Okay. If I have like a big, like, I do a stream and there's like nothing that's kind of like outlined for it, bring that idea up, because I think that would be kind of a good way. I guess one question is like, does it go away? Or is it, I guess if you earned it once, maybe that is enough, once it came out. It's already, a decent challenge, so if you get your Eggmaster title, I don't know how we add it to the game though. That's another thing. It's like, here's potentially another journal theme that I would create, and then it's like, well, we don't really have the way to put that in the game at the moment, so we'll just sit on it. So I'd be a bit worried if we did that, but I like the idea. I might find so we have docs where it's like stuff that came up during the event, or like ideas from the player base or whatnot that kind of we want to remember for next year, so that when we kind of like return to the event, we pull up that doc, and it's like, oh, here are some thoughts that we had from last year. So I got to find that doc and be like, journal theme. And then we can assess if it makes sense to actually make it a part of that release or not. But I think that'd be kind of a cool way to do a reward. So we could have like the clouds allowing the vine to vanish into nothingness below. The question is, like, how do we want to fill all that space, right? Do we just have like a couple of vines like dancing around the bottom, and like show kind of palace floors, or the goose, or whatnot? Because like obviously these parts here, that's journal space, so this is going to expand. You don't really see the top and bottom connected together. It's fun when they kind of have a cohesion between them, but I mean, whoever has a journal theme where you actually like see the top and bottom at the same time. And the top you see a lot more than the bottom. Bottom you have more space to add cool details though. I guess we could almost like make a list of like things we want to try and add. So eggs on vines. All right, so like clouds are great because they help just kind of like build the ability to obscure things. Maybe I make them smaller though, they're quite large, taking up a lot of that visual space, but maybe that's what we want. We have clouds, vines, I think, is kind of a given. You know, it's the beanstalk, so I kind of want to show that in it somehow. We got like eggs and goose. Eggs and goose. Yeah, just like the golden eggs, just kind of sitting gently on the clouds or something like that could look nice. Yeah. At current market price, 100 golden geese is equivalent to almost 20 billion gold. Yeesh. Yeah, fair enough. I don't think it'll be 100 golden geese for this. Probably not. The bottom of the castle seen on the top and the bottom half of the theme. So you're like, I almost wonder if, like, again, like the top portion is so short, it would be really hard to kind of like give a lot of nice kind of detail. Like, if we want to show like a floor, it'd be like, that's going to take the whole height of that. So if we wanted to show like multiple floors, don't know what happened in the rush there. If we wanted to show multiple floors, you know, like, that's like dungeon, ballroom, great hall. That's really, really thin, narrow. I don't think we could kind of like give it the best representation if they're all stacked on just the top. So yeah, like maybe like one floor and then half of one, and it's split here, and here's like the other one. Still though, like it's so wide. It's an interesting challenge. I've talked about this on previous streams too, where like constraints fuel that, or like they kind of make you more creative. So like a big constraint is like there's a lot of space to fill. We can put a lot of cool detail, but it's all like really horizontal. So I kind of like, you know, like maybe we have like the castle in the clouds just kind of tucked off onto the side, and there's like golden eggs or whatever just kind of tossed around with like the vine just kind of whipping around. I don't know, something like that, with just like more clouds up here and then beans light, like the sun kind of shining through. I don't know. Guess I could do this. There we go. Instead of painting a shadow for the sun, I could just use light instead. Who knew? That could look nice. Have like the light coming from behind and just hitting the tops of those eggs or something. But I don't know if we want it to be like, oh, it's all about these eggs, or and then like the bottom here is like the most room for cool detail, but at the same time it might have the least interesting things going on. Kind of want to fill like this whole space with something cool, right? Yeah, the castle could be behind that. Like, I guess part of the question is like, do we want it to kind of cut off, right? It might look weird in context. Like, it might look fine here, but like in the actual game where you're looking at where the journal theme goes, you kind of want it to naturally cut off somehow the top. So we could kind of create this kind of castle here, but then it's like, do we really want it to be like the castle that's the main focus like that? Just a giant pile of beans. It's the like the Scrooge McDuck pool, but it's just beans. There you go. That's what the journal theme is. Or is it eggs? Golden eggs. Yeah, we just make the Scrooge McDuck pool. Like dips down here and this mountain here. And a little diving board. That's it. That's the journal theme, right? Everybody's on board with that. Yeah, beans and eggs. Beans and eggs for breakfast. The breakfast journal theme. That's what this is. A hearty breakfast. But yeah, a pool just full of geese. Yeah. It's gonna be one of those productive streams. They're all just flapping around in there. Honk. This one's judging the others. But like, I'm thinking, so the top and bottom, we could do completely different scenes. We don't need to try and make those connect. So like, what if the top was more of like an external shot of like the clouds maybe up here and like the castle, and it's more just kind of that like scenic, kind of like the castle, just like this small thing. I'll have to look at the actual art for it when I do that. But I kind of like the backlit idea. So So we have these kind of clouds here, and then, I mean, they wouldn't be very dark if we have a lot of light hitting the tops of it. But the castle kind of silhouetted against the light would look kind of cool. Got some light bloom happening. Now, trying to make that hunter's journal text read nicely is kind of part of that challenge, right? We could even have maybe like a vine kind of just running across it or something weird. I don't know. So it's like etched into the plant matter, maybe. Not sure I'm a fan of that. Maybe it's just a big cloud here. I feel like, what is it, Fulmina's journal theme might kind of be made of clouds as well. Of course, those are like lightning clouds. Right, there's one with that, isn't there? Not sure about that. Okay. So we could do something more scenic up here in the top, right? And have that's the hockey I was trying to hit. Have that just kind of have a nice kind of silhouette that just is a bit softer and kind of sits on the backdrop. And then down here, this could be more of a kind of close-up shot of detailed stuff, maybe. Like the sides, maybe that's like a column of vine. Just because, why not? Again, like these won't really like be visible together so much, so although I often will kind of make them connected, they don't have to be. I could have like little beans. Maybe. Yeah, I might be able to make the castle work in the center, but like for the text to work on top of that, like we could adjust how the text sits. But again, like you need to consider how small it gets in game when you're looking at it for the most part. So it ends up being, I think maybe this size. And so I could kind of move the castle to kind of fill that width, but that's like gonna just have to be a very thin slice at the top of it, which doesn't work quite as well. We could adjust the text, move it down maybe a bit. Just having something kind of like going across. But like, what's interesting is like, I don't want anything really touching the top of the frame because I want that to just kind of like be a cutout of some kind. So whatever is kind of backing this text, I want it to kind of come from behind, like below and up, and just have like a natural edge that is transparent on the top. So I don't want anything cropping off the top, just because that'll look weird in game. Hello, Eileen. But yeah. I do like the golden eggs in the clouds actually. So I think maybe I will put a couple of those, just because, especially if I have that like the light source here, I don't want it to feel like it's like spring egg hunt theme or anything like that, but I don't think it'll be too bad for that. Yeah, so if I do that, I mean, I'll make it look like the golden eggs at least. Yeah, they're just littered around. I don't know, we could do things like adding the harp and stuff as well. But like on this one, do we want to have it? Oh, maybe it's like the moat has extended. Hello, Charlie. She did a pretty loud murple. She does that when she's kind of like half asleep. Very cute. Yeah, maybe the moat into the dungeon. So we have that like the blue kind of glow of the dungeon floor emanating out, and like the big heavy kind of dungeon bricks or something like that could be here, maybe. I mean, that might be kind of interesting. So it's like the ground floor entrance. Kind of see like the cells or something like that. Maybe the pedestal. Like the stone floor here. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of showing the giant's castle somehow. Giant golden egg laying on its side with the words engraved for the hunter's journal, maybe. Yeah, and we can move the text a little bit. We can manipulate the text a little bit. I don't want to go too extreme with how much it changes, because consistency is good. But if we need to adjust it just a little bit, like round it around an object a little bit, move it down, stuff like that. We've changed the actual font of it as well before, I believe. Yeah, Great Hall or Ballroom might be a better thing to illustrate too. I mean, we could definitely do that. So if I duplicate this, and then I just kind of... Because like what we could do is it could be like just a shot of one of them, right? But like we already know what it looks like on the inside because we're in those rooms a lot. But like, yeah, maybe we're just kind of floating up along the outside of like the Great Hall or something like that. And so the Great Hall has like these archways on a balcony. I don't know. Like, how do we want to do this? There's a lot of ideas, a lot of potential, but we have to go with just one. There's like all these arches and whatnot. I'd have to pull up the reference for it, really, but I kind of like the idea of it like being an outdoor shot. Like maybe there's like a vine kind of cutting in front. Oh, I suppose one thing we could do for the top is the same thing with the cloud effect, where like on this one I'm having the clouds obscure anything going below, so they can just vanish. Technically we could do the same thing on the top. It's just there's such little height to work with that it would take a lot of that real estate to make that work, but it could work. So I kind of like the idea of like doing a similar thing with the backlit. It's more kind of big and dramatic with something like that. And we could have more vines kind of going up the right side to kind of fill in that space. So yeah, that could like be the hall there. I need to work it up a bit to kind of have that actually make sense. Give that the right depth and structure and stuff, and like have the curtains blowing in the wind and lots of little details that I'll want to add to it. But yeah, then I could have kind of a vine twisting, filling in that kind of the sides. So it still fits the journal theme rules of kind of having these columns up the sides. And if I do that, I definitely want to utilize that light source and give it a nice kind of highlight on the edge there. It could look nice. Could even be casting a shadow into the clouds there. So I kind of like, yeah, we could take the bottom right and kind of like create that scene there. That could look really nice. And then that would kind of like open up the bottom left here for some other kind of imagery. Which could be just like a cache of golden eggs, maybe. Hidden in the clouds. Something like that. Although we're kind of representing that in the top, potentially if we go with this top image, which we don't have to. Just a foot, giant's foot. give it the mythical giant king's engraved trim, or embossed trim. That's what I meant. Kind of like the idea of like putting a character in it somehow, but don't know. Maybe not. What else? What else? I mean, honestly, just like a big pile of loot is kind of a neat piece of imagery there. Just like a whole bunch of beans and like eggs. It's just the bounty of goodies from like the mystery room. Some harp strings. Could be maybe interesting if it's just like a giant cache of loot. Yeah, golden goose sitting on the top of it. Yeah. Actually, I kind of the golden goose who like looted. I could imagine this becomes like just a community character. This goose specifically, Gustav, with the monocle. Gustav the goose. With his treasure hoard of goodies. Kind of like it. Alright. Did you lay all of these eggs? Many thousand eggs. What if it's just like full of eggs, right? Like this whole bottom portion is just immense amounts of eggs, right? And then on this top one, it kind of peeks out like the top of this mountain of eggs, and that's where Gustav is sitting on the pile, right on the top of it. So like, if you connect these together, it becomes mostly sort of a whole image. Technically it's not, because like we're zoomed in on the castle in the bottom right. Here we're way zoomed out, but here Gustav is just sitting all pretty, observing the castle from atop a pile of wealth. Kind of like that idea. It's got a little almost like story to it, maybe. And I feel like, I don't know if it'll cost a golden goose, or like what the cost of this would be, right? Like, who knows, maybe it's something you earn with journal theme, like maps or whatever. I think we still need to determine that, obviously. So hopefully it wouldn't be too weird if there's like a golden goose in it, if it doesn't cost any. But like, I could imagine it costs eggs and stuff. I wouldn't be opposed to it costing a goose or something like that, because the way I think of journal themes is like they're cosmetic, and kind of an above and beyond challenge for players, right? So you don't have to get it like traps. Traps are something that it's like you kind of really might want to get that. You know, it may not be required, but it's kind of designed to be obtained. Whereas like a cosmetic thing, it's like you could totally skip it. It won't impact your gameplay at all. So I'm okay with these being like actually kind of ridiculously expensive and like a challenge, especially because you can show this off on your profile, right? So personally, for me, I think that this kind of being a bit of a opulent price point is maybe where it's more interesting, as opposed to something that everyone can earn. Um, do we want it to be more of an above and beyond, kind of like, oh wow, they have that journal theme, like they've crushed it, and that's what it represents, right? So we'll have Gustav kind of sitting out above the mountain of clouds. Yeah, I kind of dig that. I think that's cute. Don't think it should cost tradable items. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, so it's something that you have to earn yourself. That's an interesting point. Yeah, I mean, maybe it costs like um, equivalently like a lot of eggs. So instead of being something that you could purchase like by buying the golden goose, you still have to earn it through just getting a ton of eggs, and then you don't convert those into a golden goose necessarily. Maybe that. Maybe something like that. But yeah, do we like the idea of it being kind of like this kind of challenge to earn, or should it just be kind of like a fun little thing that it's not going to break the bank? Because I'm hoping that like the way it comes out, it should be like permanently in the area. So like you're not expected to like have to earn this thing day one. It's not like an event where it's only around for a certain amount of time, so you have to kind of like get it while you can. I think this would just kind of exist. And like, yeah, I'm not sure how we earn it, but I believe the idea is it would come with the map stuff too. So maybe like a part of it you get from doing maps. Maybe a part of it you buy. Not sure. I don't know. That's kind of fun. I like I like just this like goose just watching the castle from afar. Kind of fun. Wonder what the Valor Rift journal theme would cost. Me too. I should kind of like bring it up at some point and be like, hey, we're sitting on this one, and we could probably just kind of drop it at some point without much reason, just put it in the shop or something like that. Unless we have like an event we want to run related to the area, it kind of make sense to just like figure out a cost and just put it in maybe. But I don't know, maybe we'll have like an event that could make sense to put it in there. I mean, it's still a good idea to get your prestige base, so or maybe because like Lunar New Year is a good time to get the prestige base up to get that bonus luck and stuff. Although with the Bountiful beanstalk, I feel like that's also going to be a really good place for Lunar New Year. All this for mini. I think people can figure out why that would be probably good. Yeah, maybe for that I could just be like, hey, we should think about just kind of tossing it in there. Don't know. Whisker Words Journal. I actually want us to do an update to that location personally, and it'd be nice because we're actually looking at doing some old HUD reworks right now, which we've been kind of like wanting to do that for a decade basically. So we're actually looking at kind of developing like not even reworked gameplay for stuff, but just kind of like a almost placeholder HUD that lets you kind of like play some areas with a little more ease, hopefully. And then it still leaves room for us to kind of like return to those areas and actually rebuild them with kind of more competent gameplay. Whisker Woods is a little bit just kind of, there's not really any gameplay existing so much. So it would be an area that we would definitely, you know, be able to kind of like rebuild it and actually like put some meat on it. But we might end up kind of like just building super basic HUDs and slapping it in locations that don't have HUDs, like Feroma, Tribal Isles, Whiskerwood, stuff like that. And that would just kind of like allow you to like craft cheese and kind of like see how many things of loot that are relevant have been dropped, or interactions that you would normally have to like go into like your crafting table, and it's like such a pain to do those things. Like just kind of giving a little bit of an integration of, you know, making it easy to do things, but not necessarily rebuilding any gameplay right now. So if we do that, if that ends up going through and we do one for the Whiskerwoods, I would potentially just be like, let's just like tap that onto that release so that, you know, there's something for someone to earn there, even if it doesn't really have much gameplay. Because yeah, I think it's like there's like the gnarled potion stuff. There's like the 3 locations, like cherry cheese, and trying to get like the Sylph, which I don't think that's even like gameplay required anymore. I think it's the Hydra, something like that. Rebuilding the ship, or it's skippable is the thing, right? But yeah, if we put a little bit of some kind of update in that area, I'll be like, let's toss this lovely journal theme in there. Maybe figure out a way to kind of price it for that. It would be nice to have these in the game. Although I am enjoying kind of just being the only one who has it, even though it's not in-game. It's honestly, this journal theme that I am sitting within is like probably my favorite. I actually really quite like the just kind of lovely, serene feeling of it. It's very peaceful. Me like. Okay, I actually kind of like this now. This scene is cute, and I don't know. I think this giant pile of loot is funny when you see like Gustav sitting on the top of it. These kind of lovely clouds. We could have some nice colors. Hunter's Journal will read nicely across that. I think I'll remove these eggs here, but we can add more like vines and stuff peeking in and out of the clouds. Maybe. I don't know if we want to like try and add the giant in here somehow. Also, one thing is like the vine kind of keeps going up a bit beyond the castle. I could also move the castle down, so we're just seeing like the bottom portion, or sorry, the top portion of it. That might look okay too. Let's see the time. We have 10 minutes before I'm going to go on lunch. But we will keep going after I return. So like this could be, yeah, maybe that'd be nice if it's just kind of below the fold, and my hand was in the wrong spot, that's why. So you could have the castle just kind of like here. Nice, lovely backlight behind it. But if we drop that down, we can kind of be like looking up a bit. And if we do that, we could do a little more kind of clouds above and do that kind of like same, just kind of knocking everything out of the scene. So we could have like vines going up into these clouds and vanishing if we want. Maybe. I don't know if that's going to look good or not. Get rid of those eggs. Eggs. Could also have just like the right side be these vines. I suppose it's not the worst to just have stuff just kind of cut off. Like not cropped, but it just kind of just stops. Like this vine could just kind of, that's the end of that vine. Yeah. And you can kind of assume how tall it is. Is this close to us? Is it beside the castle? I feel like if we backlight the castle and then kind of knock it out a bit, we kind of get that nice like depth where it feels nice and far away. And I'll have to actually look at the castle to make it look correct. And then, yeah, how I handle the text is still a bit difficult. I'm not sure how I want to do that. Could even have a little bit of clouds, kind of like obscuring a bit of the front of the castle. Maybe there's like a very faded vine because it's like so far in the background. I don't know. It's a tough one. It is a curious challenge. I do like it kind of swooping in. Can have this swoop in on this side too. Maybe this goes behind the pile here. Swings it around there. Like yay. Okay. That's not that bad. I do like this low angle light kind of hitting the like the back side of things, doing this backlight glow on stuff. I think that could look really majestic. If I can kind of get that render looking how I want it today, we'll see. That might not work, but seems like a worthy challenge for a stream. Okay. Is it weird to have kind of like just this tiny view of the castle here, and then down here it's like a closer zoom of that? I don't know. Now the eggs are like way closer to the top, which isn't in the cloud. Well, I guess it's in the clouds over there, with the vine here. I don't know. The image doesn't necessarily make the most sense. Okay, we have 4 minutes before lunch. Oh yeah, have the have the vine here going through the O. Kind of like it. Okay, I'm just gonna do this. So imagine that as going through the top part of the O. It's very distracting. I like it. Maybe it's more like the just hooking through the bottom instead. That'll be a little bit less distracting, I think. Again, imagine it actually going out in front. Here. Like that. Just grabbing that and hanging onto it. I like that fun idea. It's a cute little detail. Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah. Okay. Another idea could be like if this vine was like touching, like the H was almost coming out of it, and like the font itself was in the vine material, it could be spelling out Hunter's Journal using the vine itself. That might be quite the task, and then like having like little kind of bits growing off and like continuing the text or something like that. It could look cool if it works. But then like I could make that nice kind of vibrant plant and like have little sprouts and stuff kind of growing off of it. I think that could look nice. I kind of want to try that. I think it'll be an interesting, difficult challenge, but it might look really nice. And it might look horrible. I guess we'll find out after lunch. But yeah, I kind of want to do that now. Having like little kind of leaves and stuff sprouting off of it. You know. Stuff like that. That's cute. Yeah, these serifs can just kind of connect to each other. That works. Okay. So I'll take liberties with the text. And I'll probably get rid of these dashes. Because I don't need them really. And it's like this apostrophe would be like a leaf. Yeah, okay. I think that could be fun. Alright, that's the signal for lunchtime. So I'm going to go on lunch. It'll be an hour. I'll put up a timer so you know when I'm coming back. But hopefully you're enjoying the stream. Do I have the time lapse going? I do. Hopefully. Let's see. Okay. Yep, that looks like it's actually the full thing. Nice. All right, so I'm gonna put that off to the side. But first, I'm gonna move this so we can see it a little better. But yeah, okay, so I'm gonna put up the timer right now. I'll be back at 2 o'clock. So here we go. I'll see you soon. Whoop, not that one. sketch is done. Charlie has returned to my lap within a second of the alarm going off. There we go. All right. Let us continue where we left off. All right, so we have a pretty worked up idea for a journal theme. I'm pretty happy with that. Let's give it a little flip just to see if the composition sits well. I think it's pretty nice. Still want to keep that on screen, but need enough room for the camera. This is like actually kind of at size for the most part. Good enough. Here we go. That shows up on the camera. Okay, cool. So yeah, where we left off, we've worked up a sketch. I think it's a good base. I like the idea of just this ridiculous pile of loot with the golden goose sitting on top. The text being made of kind of like the vine. I like that. A little kind of like beautifully lit castle in the clouds, and then kind of like outside the palace down here. Logically, the scene kind of doesn't flow together, but I think they'll look neat. And you don't really look at journal themes with both the top and bottom visible at the same time, so I don't think it'll be too odd. So I think that'll work. Also, I have a Larry link for everybody. Thank you for the welcome back, and hello to Charlie. She's just purring. It's like a little motor. You gonna fall asleep and slide off my lap again? Yeah, you are. Alright, let me get this link into the chat. Alright. Some nice rainbow charms in that Larry link. Don't miss them. Okay. Yeah? Is that how you're gonna position your butt? You're gonna slide. Yeah, whatever. Just don't dig your claws into me when you fall off, as you're known to do. Okay, so yeah, no, you're shifting even worse now. This cat. All right. So, where to go from here? So, I think the best place to start will be just kind of blocking in some of the loose colors. I think we can kind of go for like a restricted palette might look nice for this. So not like super green vines, but like focusing more on kind of like the sunlight and kind of like how that's interacting with the clouds. And like the gold on the eggs and the goose, the gold with the sun, and maybe like kind of purple and gold with the clouds and stuff and the shadows, and then just like little hints of green for the vines, I think. But I like the idea of kind of like having a really kind of limited palette to make this look very pretty. But yeah, gold and purple I think would look really quite nice for this, especially if we're doing kind of the grand hall floor down below. So I think that should work for this. So I'm going to bring the sketch down, and I think what we'll do is we'll just block in a actually I should merge these clouds here like that. Now I'll knock it down. There we go. So put a layer behind that, and this will be just kind of like a layer to block in some colors with. Should probably start with, actually, you know what, I'll start with this layer here, because this is the maximum kind of like size of it. I wanna leave little gaps here and there on the sides, right? But what I can do is I can erase the edges where I want the silhouettes to break. And I'll actually do it with a clipping mask so that if I want to bring it back, I can pretty easily. So for example, the goose and the vines, those are fully opaque objects. They're, you know, gonna have hard edges, but the clouds themselves, those might be a little softer. So having a hard edged kind of outline silhouette for those might not be ideal. So I think I'll start with kind of like these solid objects, just kind of building a silhouette off of those, and then I'll do the clouds as a separate layer. At least the very backdrop clouds. So I guess this will be separate as well. And because I'm using a clipping mask, I can kind of over erase and then paint back in. Actually, I want this to swoop forward instead of like down. I want it to feel like it's this vine all connected behind it. Technically, it would actually be ideal to do these on separate layers now that I'm thinking of it. So you know what? Okay, I'm actually gonna use this layer as the background silhouette, and then I'll worry about those opaque objects on another layer, and they can be separated from each other. Okay, so the actual background that the journal theme goes on is white, just the way that the current layout is. So it'll be interesting because I want to create this like beam of light that's kind of blasting behind everything. And if it's sitting on top of a white background, that might make it a little harder to kind of give it that glow. But I think we'll manage. We'll figure something out. And what's interesting is if we end up kind of like having a different background potential for this, I want to make sure it can work for that as well. Because I think with the 4.0 kind of designing that we're doing, there is a little more potential for the background behind the journal theme to kind of like have a little bit of a different look. So journal themes might not just be on a thin white backdrop. But we'll see where that goes eventually. Not something I need to really figure out here and now. That's still being developed, you know? Okay. But I do want to kind of make it work future-proofed, right? Now Charlie just has one of her paws, like, shoved into my gut while she cleans herself. Because that makes her nice and secure. It's fine. You can just, you know, prop your knuckles up under my rib cage. That's great. Cats. Okay. Let's see. I kind of think that we'll definitely soften the clouds on the edge here. The vine being like fully opaque will help with the composition here. So if I use a gentle eraser on these and just kind of soften those edges. This may not be the best way to handle doing a backdrop here. You know what? I'm just gonna go with whatever, keep going, see what happens, tackle stuff as we get to it. I don't do enough kind of like scenes, so I don't have like a solid kind of like, this is exactly how I want to handle doing like a giant cloud scene without a background behind it or whatnot. Alright, so it may not, well, actually I think it'll work alright for the light behind the castle. And because the one behind the palace here, or the Great Hall here, is like inside the scene, I can definitely kind of create more of a nice glow for that to work with. And I'm actually wondering if I should start with the bottom scene or the top scene. I kind of think that I could start with the top scene. There's still stuff I want to figure out how to make that work, and doing that with you guys might be a good way to find the solution for it. The bottom scene, I feel like I'll know how to do it when I just kind of like render through it. But the bottom scene might be good for kind of setting up like the actual like value structure and the colors nicely. I don't know. Okay, I think the top might be the most beneficial to do on stream, because like I think this is going to take longer than we have today. It's probably going to, you know, be a multi-day illustration, just because there's lots of details we might want to put into it. So I think I'll figure out this part with you, especially since we might have like a fun character with the goose. Let me take a look at, okay, just wanted to get an image of the goose. The golden goose. Let's see. I can just do this. Whoop. And paste. And hello, friend. And put you all the way on top of the journal. It's like an icon. There we go. Actually, I think I'll just flip it to line it up. All right, awesome. What a good goose. Okie dokie. All right, so let's see. If we do a clipping, a layer clip to this, we can just kind of like figure out a base color. I'm thinking we want to go maybe closer to pink, because then we can get more of that like orange and yellow. Then again, just trying to think of like a triad color setup, right? So that would be like if we have kind of like gold, do this on top of everything. We have like gold, and we have kind of like this pinky purple. Then we can kind of have like a blue-green, and hopefully that's not horrendous. They're kind of wide. Maybe I tighten those up. And then our vines would be a little more on the blue, a little more on the blue side. If I make the orange a little more red, that might be good. So maybe colors like that. I don't know if that'll work well or not. I guess we'll just have to try stuff and find out. I'm not very good with color theory, but you know, I do want to do more experimenting with stuff like that and challenge myself to learn and grow with it. So I'm thinking, yeah, like the pink maybe a little more purple is like the primary color, and then a lot more golden, or more orange rather. I can go a little bit more green. Or is it more like yellow orange and like yellow green, and then the clouds are more in this range, like a blue, maybe like that might work. Actually, you know, I think there is a tool in here. Does this work? Nope, I just got rid of the color palette. Oops. Better bring that back. Color wheel, there you are. Oh, I think that was a Photoshop plugin that I had, like a third-party thing. You could actually like toggle different kind of like just color sets. Now I'm suddenly blanking on what they're called, but basically like if you wanted to have just like complementary colors, it would automatically kind of like give you selections for those. You could like limit the shape on the color wheel, or you could do like, you know, 4 colors that all work together, stuff like that. It's, I don't know, complicated and weird, but stuff I should probably understand and do. Okay, so if I did like an orange and green, and then it'd be in like the blue territory for the clouds. Because yeah, you kind of want to make like a triangle. So like one of them is kind of the opposite of the two if they canceled each other out, if that makes any sense. I think that's like a triad color system, or I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know how to do colors. I'm just an artist. All right. Let's see. Okay, so we do want gold, yellow and gold for like the sun stuff. I think that'll be quite important. And then if we do have a kind of pink purple, the complement would be that blue, wouldn't it? But if we did like, these would be so wide apart though, I don't think I'd like that. Like gold over here, green over here, and then like blue purple over there. It's like they're really, really kind of so far apart from each other, but I think that means that they'll still balance each other out. But I do feel like, oops, yellow, kind of green, and then I guess the clouds would be more of the blue. I don't know, I kind of want more warmth in it though. I feel like I'm probably just like rambling in a way that even artists are like, what are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense. So if these are close together, get the pink and the gold, and then we have like a cyan green for the accent. I guess let's try that. Sure. We'll do another one right here just in case. So we get kind of like green, and I guess it'd be in the kind of bluey purpley. Sure. I think I want to go with this pink and gold, kind of purple and gold. Purple and gold. We'll try it. I don't know if it'll work, but we'll try it. definitely not that. Okay. So, and then we can maybe kind of create a little bit of a gradient. Right? Yeah, see, like that, I like that warmth in it. I feel like that's kind of nice. I don't want it to feel too Fulmina, with the like the purple blue lightning kind of thing going on, right? So this kind of orange, gold is definitely okay. Finally, Charlie has stopped jamming her paw into my gut. That's nice. So we have our pile of goods here, and then that will be muted quite a bit because I want this light to really kind of like be significant to this scene, right? Like I almost want like everything to kind of like be washed out, but the light to really be a powerful element. It's not a lovely lump of gold right now. Okay, and this vine and other stuff, like I'm not sure how the light is gonna have to play off of these surfaces, like what's blocking what. Like if our light source is right here, or just behind that pillar there. You know, I'm just gonna really like just try and just loosely block this in, because I think if I do that, then I can make more adjustments easily. And we'll actually go pure white here, just to let us see that is like a light source there. So I want to get that here as well. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a bit of a project, I think. Which is fine. I like illustrations that are challenging. Okay. So this, I'm going to desaturate that. We'll have more light playing through the inside of the hull, I think. Not that I want it to look like it's, well, I guess if there's light playing on the inside, it'll look more alive inside of it, which is what I want. Okay, and then this color being more of the vine, is that going to work? We really got to desaturate that. It's like kind of pukey colors right now. Not digging the colors yet. As I said, I don't know how to do colors good. What am I doing? How to make nice. Yeah, I need to learn more about like doing proper restricted color palettes, because they look amazing and I'm bad at it, so I want to practice. Yeah, I think I just need to kind of like utilize gray a bit more, getting kind of like a neutral mid-tone. because I want it to feel green, but I don't really want to use green. The shadows, though, are going to need... Okay, so actually the shadows would actually probably be fine going back to purple. If the entire environment is kind of more in the purple range. Big mushy pile of gold. Okay, Gustav, I'm just gonna park you on top of this just so that you're there. Now the question is, do I... Yeah, if I'm making the rest of it where green is kind of not exactly green, I'm gonna have to do that for this one too. And we give it just a little bit more color as we roll it towards yellow. Right? Sure, I know what I'm doing. Gustav does have a monocle. Just kind of blocking it in, not trying to get like the detail where I need it at the end. Just trying to get the concept in is all. See if I like it at all. Not exactly there. Yeah, as long as we get it to a point where I think I know the direction is going in a good place, then I think that'll be good for this stream. I don't know how long I'll be able to go for today. I would like to try and get a good amount done, but I might end up kind of running out of steam as it goes. Also, I don't want to take it like super far and then show the team and they're like, why did you put these elements? Like, there's a billion eggs. We don't want to make it cost a billion eggs. So I don't want it to get like too far along and realize like, oh, the super won't work for what we need it to be. Yeah, no? Like maybe putting like the rubies and lapis in there too. I don't know. like, I don't want it to necessarily feel like it's like, oh, this is being the kind of stuff in this loot pile is what you had to trade in to earn this, right? Like, I don't think that's going to work. So it might be fun to just kind of overdo it and just put like a little bit of everything in it. And then it's more about this fun character atop its pile of goodies, perhaps. All right, I had to kick Charlie off my lap. I was overheating. It is too warm for cat on lap day. Alright. So the colors are weird and not amazing. But we'll just keep going and see if we strike gold. So that's also how art works. A lot of the time you're kind of like, it's super not working right now, but like if you just kind of keep at it and are willing to kind of like try different things and just kind of like scrap stuff or push through it when it's not working, and just kind of like trusting that it will kind of resolve somehow. Eventually, almost always, it does get to a point where it's good again. Alright, so this, I want to bring it out in front of this pile and almost like wrap around it. So we're going to have this go in front. Yeah. Or I just erase a bit of it here. I'll do that instead for now. Again, this is like super sloppy at the moment, keeping it loose so that we can make adjustments without kind of throwing a lot of the work away. Okay, so another way to kind of deal with this part of the process, and this is probably going to be the most useful, at least for my process, is actually doing it in grayscale and not worrying too much about the colors, because if your values are good, the actual like colors don't really matter. All right. Ugh. Computer just froze for a second. We're good. Yeah, so if I get the grayscale, the values working, I can just kind of like use a color layer to kind of like work some of the muted colors on top of that, and then I can just kind of adjust on top of that layer to kind of like do the final pushing and pulling of colors, and I think that's probably going to give me something the most cohesive. So here's the text for the Hunter's Journal, and I'm just going to get like a more muted color here that will kind of hopefully feel like it matches the vines. So we're going to work with a value for now. I think that's going to be a nice contrast from the clouds. It's not like super intense like black on white, and even like a little bit of a gradient would be nice. But yeah, okay, so I'm just going to think about it in value first, just because since I'm not very good with the colors and color theory, I can kind of like figure out how to make this image look well, like look how I want it, and then I should be able to do the color stuff on top of that, hopefully. I don't know, more just kind of like experimental stuff. That's what I do on stream, is I just try things that I don't know how to do, so I can show you how incompetent I am. And we all learn about that, and sometimes art. Okay. So this vine here, that's the sketch. I can put that to what is that called? A draft layer. And that makes it so that when I'm like grabbing colors, I'm not getting the color from the sketch mixing with the colors, and makes it so I don't select when I'm trying to grab a layer. Normally it would grab the sketch because the sketch is like scribbled on top of everything. It makes it so that I won't grab that layer when I'm selecting stuff, so just kind of makes it a little smoother. Okay, so if I actually, before I had like a curl going off beside the H, but I could actually make the H into that curl there. And I actually might need to merge this layer with the text. Maybe I'll avoid that to start, but that'll let me kind of like move the letters, tweak the shapes of those a bit easier, and that'll ultimately make it easier to do this kind of like illustrating the word hunter's journal into a vine. Yeah, cool. Cool. And just kind of refining the silhouette of it a bit. So that is wrapping around behind, and that might like loop around like so. Okay, I think that'll work. I actually want this sketch maybe even behind the vine for now, so I can just focus on kind of like, what does that silhouette look like? And then maybe work on kind of like really loose kind of like the composition of the values. So we have our light really concentrated on the right side, and I like the idea of it hitting kind of like the backlight on everything. So this pile of goodies here, I'm actually going to make it on a separate layer from Gustav, just so that I can edit Gustav easier there. And then that's the pile there. The sketch here, I can actually get rid of that there, and that there. Actually, I wonder if I should just turn off the sketch for the most part. Like, I'm gonna need it for the building, but everything else, I think I don't need the sketch for anymore, so I might just like erase everything on the left side and then just kind of figure it out as I go. That might make it easier. You know, just throwing away a bunch of scribble stuff. Cool, okay. Zoom in and do that. Of course, naturally you have the post-lunch Jacob rambling. So you're welcome for that. I know. Oddly enough, some people tune in for that. Hello, welcome to my Rambly podcast. All right, I'm actually just gonna move this just a little bit. There we go. That fits. It just felt like it was a little crowded with the camera beside it. So that now fits nicely. I'm also going to give this a save, and not as journal template. I should give this a name and a place to store it. So put that in Bountiful Beanstalk and journal theme. Call this Bubba Bountiful Beanstalk journal theme. Save. Gustav's bounty. That's what most streams are. They're rambling. Yeah, I mean it's very true. Quite right. Yeah, I wanna have the harps in here too. It'd be nice to just have like little details littered around. Maybe like little harps sticking in the vines, or I almost wonder if we should have like the little kind of like the stone kind of like player movement pips in it. I think, okay, so I think what I'll do is I'll focus on just kind of like what I have here, and then find out through kind of developing it up if it needs more detail, because obviously like the more you put in, the more noisy it will get, and less is more. So you want it to read cleanly, you want it to like be easy to kind of look at and just know what's going on. But if you can keep it in that territory but add fun details, then it's a win, right? And it's I think we can do a lot of fun details in this like loot pile actually, because it'll kind of like be this big bundle of kind of like details, but like they'll all be kind of like in a big pile, and in more dim light, and so I think that you can get away with like more noise if it's like a grouped up noise, especially if we have like this nice kind of backlighting on it. Gives us like a nice ability to take objects of like different materials and just kind of like heap them together and still kind of like have them be unique materials but like work together cohesively. But we'll see how that goes. Also, I think this vine up here is probably a little bulkier than it might need to be for this to work. So I'll trim that back a bit, especially if I want the light kind of coming through. If I have like beams of light coming from that light source, I need room for it to like hit that pile of goodies without the vine kind of interfering with it. And then if you're looking at this as a continuous image, which it works for the most part, the building close up here and that being super far away is a weird kind of gap of consistency, but otherwise like this flows up here, this flows over here. The pile will actually kind of probably have a flow to itself. So maybe we just make it feel like this flows into that as well. And that'll probably be good. And it gives us more room to kind of like play with the loot pile silhouette, so we could have like the harp kind of jutting out in front and overlapping things, and more clouds just kind of billowing up and obscuring things. So if in the center we have kind of like a billowy pillow of cloudage, that could be quite nice. I don't want to go too close to the building. I want that to like feel like it's down a hill from us. But this is almost like a foreground cloud here. It's like at our feet maybe kind of feeling. So it's kind of obscuring that pile and this vine. So we're like peeking out from behind this cloud. at the scene below. Something like that, maybe. Again, right now, I think for my sake, the best method for kind of like trying to figure out this composition is to just worry about the values and not the colors themselves. And then I can try and tackle the color palette once this feels established. Because if I'm worrying about trying to get the colors right, I'm going to be really focused on that and not kind of like pay attention to the overall composition. And if that's weak, then no matter how good the colors are, the whole thing's going to be weak, right? So I'd rather get this good. Okay, so I don't know if that's going to feel like it's close enough to us. I think it might be okay. Okay, so this pile, I am going to want that to go behind the vines. So I'm going to make these vines just manually cut off there. Thin that out a bit. And then this one up front, I'm going to darken that more because it's nice and close to us. I don't mind getting that value quite strong. And then we can add like nice detail. Oops. If I can get a little bit of this light just catching the edge of that, that'd be really nice. Try. Not sure if it's going to look correct or not. With this big pile of loot that it's wrapping around, I feel like it's being cast in shadow, really. So, try not to force that. And then it'll have kind of like the atmospheric kind of lighting from all around. You know, we're in a pile of clouds and that has still some light kind of scattering through it, so it's not like everything's going to be deep in shadow. But with this building obscuring the light, could definitely get darker shadows going, I think. Maybe even these kind of merge in value for the most part, which will let our kind of backlighting be more kind of dramatic and fun. Also, this front pile of clouds here is going to be interesting when I turn off the grayscale, because I feel like the colors are going to be like really interesting. Because I'm not actually like picking colors, or trying to use any specific colors. I'm just grabbing like, oh, this looks like the right value. I don't know what the color is that I'm grabbing it from though. So we'll see what happens. Might look neat. Okay. Give it a little flipperoo. So it's weird with this like neutral gap here. I want to thin this vine even more now that I'm looking at it. But now I need something in between these. And I want it to feel architectural. So we're going to use more kind of like actual angles and allow that to be a deeper value perhaps. Might be too dark, especially if we want it to be kind of further away. If we're in clouds, there's going to be a lot of atmosphere. So, but I need it to be distinct from the vine. Well, the vine might just need to get more contrasty, especially if we want it to be kind of like, you know, silhouetted in that lovely sun. So let's see, if we go like quite deep with that shadow, does that look really bad or good? Pretty intense, but it might look nice. Okay, and then again, like with the clouds and stuff, like we're gonna get a lot of bounce of light. Like this cloud right close to us, it's gonna be bouncing a ton of light, honestly. So I can't go too deep with the contrast, but I want it to feel like there's enough. So I'll push it further than I think I might need it, and then I can pull it back from there. And also, like, for an illustration, I think it's a good thing to kind of just like, you know, if it'll look nicer to kind of push things here and there, then it's better to push it to make it look better than it be like super duper realistic, I think. So it's like really kind of catch that light on that edge there. Make that feel like it's just popping out from the background a bit. Even getting like a little bit of an outline on the inside here, just so that it kind of like pops out even more. It may not be the most correct on, but then again, if this pile of gold is bouncing a lot of light, maybe that would be hitting the underside of the vine here and lighting it up. It does help it to read more three-dimensionally and kind of it pops out to us, I think. So we have this nice kind of diagonal cutting through the center here, which is quite dramatic, which makes me want to not match this angle with this pile of goodies. I want to kind of like make it pile up more vertically. Hello again, Charlie. Back for more lap time, I see. So one question is like, do I really want the light hitting this pile of goodies to be like really just on that outer edge? It might look a lot more exciting if it is. So we can try it. So like back here, it's going to be more kind of like neutrally lit up, and some details are going to kind of reveal themselves. But like close to the front of this, it's going to be like a super bright reflection, but it's like only on the very front facing edge. So if we get like, it's almost like too bright. The details are blowing out, and then what we can do is even have like a bit of a bloom coming off of it. Let's see, I want to use my occlusion brush, I think, for this, and just kind of like, you know, have that gold kind of like the light is kind of glowing off of it, it's blooming. And that'll feel like this kind of really bright, shiny gold. So like we can't even see any details in this kind of area right here because it's like in deep shadow. Even though there's a lot of light that might be coming in from the environment, that reflection is so bright it's overloading our kind of our vision a little bit, and so we can't see that huge range of color that could exist there. Our eyes adjusted to the brightness, and then it's so bright that it's just like bleeding into the shadows around it. So we're like not going to see any detail other than kind of like what the silhouette provides. But then over on this side, it's like more calm, kind of like just atmospheric lighting, where you can actually see, you know, a little bit of the shapes of whatever this pile is, and then we can kind of play with the colors and details. That might look nice. Yeah, just having a good time purring away. A good cat. Yeah, we can have a little bit of the that edge on this side kind of lit up just from the sky around, and then we'll even have like below that feel like the vine is kind of casting a bit of a shadow onto the pile here. That might look nice. Play more with the shadows down here, and then they just kind of like get lost in each other over on this side. Because again, our vision just kind of gets overloaded, and so with it being this bright of a highlight there, I actually feel better about kind of giving this vine more of a kind of bounce light details here, so you can really carve out that vine and kind of make its details stand out, and could be quite an interesting piece of material we illustrate. Cool. All right. So it's a very left heavy right now, like big, heavy feeling pile of goodies. This is no longer kind of lining up here. I'm not actually worried about things lining up. Again, like you really will not actually see these with each other. Like you'll see the top of it and you'll be like, yep, I like the look of that. And then you'll see the bottom of it and you're like, yep, that seems like the bottom of that scene, even though it really wouldn't work. But yeah, since you don't see them together, I'm not worried about it like, oh, that doesn't line up there. These kind of don't really line up here. No worries. As long as it kind of feels like cohesive, then I'm happy. And I think this will. I hope. So I do like that nice bloom on the edge of that gold pile. So I'm going to do the same trick over here, where I do really kind of just let that fill in. And then get like a nice silhouetted reflection here. Yeah, I think we could put some beans in here, like the ruby, the lavish. I think that could be nice. I do want to also put in, yeah, like the harp. Just whatever details. Those can be more kind of close to the end, to be honest, though. Okay, so then again, we'll use our occlusion brush to kind of give it that little kind of... Honestly, I should do that on a different layer. Would have been better if I did it on a different layer before, but I didn't. But I might as well do it at least for this part. Okay, so I think that'll look quite all right. This vine, maybe we wanted to cast a shadow in there. Maybe this one too down here. But yeah, again, it's heavy on the left. Do we want to try and add a little more weight to the right? I think I do. And maybe one way to do that is to kind of like get this vine on the right going. Again, I'm kind of curious to see what happens when I turn off grayscale, just see what kind of colors I have going for everything. Like maybe it'll actually kind of work, maybe it'll be horrendous. Kind of interested to wait and see. So if I have this kind of like pulling to the left and kind of like bounding up and down here, we can have a little bit of play with the light on that surface. But then also I think it'd be kind of cool to have the clouds kind of overlaying on top of that. So we have the foreground clouds kind of cutting it off at the base, which is good. But then we can have a little bit of that kind of go over top here, and we could use the eraser to kind of emulate that look. Where it's kind of like gone into the clouds and peeking out here and there. That's kind of neat. Maybe have like a little sprout at the top there. Maybe Charlie, it's so warm. You're so cute though, but making me sweat. Too warm for cat on lap. Oh, you're not asleep yet. Don't feel as bad booting you off if you're not unconscious. Okay. I think I want to get like a little bit of one of those kind of tendrils wrapping around it. Seem to enjoy putting those little vines, spiraling around vines in here. Cool. Yeah, so now it actually looks like it's like going around behind, dives under, and then pops out, and then kind of loops up here. So that's kind of cool. It actually looks like one continuous vine. I didn't even mean to do that, but maybe that's a nice effect. I do need to thin it out a little bit in a couple spots though. So I want this to match that dimension. I'd have to bust out the line tool to get it exact, but this is good. Good enough. Right. So yeah, if this is kind of like these two portions, this is the one on the left is maybe the closest to us. So the thickness really kind of like gets a bit wonky, but it looks okay just on the top side, and it looks okay just on the bottom side. So I'm not too worried about it like being like, oh, it's suddenly way thinner up there. that's not a problem. I think I'm okay with that. Okay, so I'm gonna give it a save, and let's just see what kind of colors this ended up being. It's not bad. We got weird kind of like splotches of kind of cyan there. The clouds are kind of more mud and not quite the right values, but this is interesting. I don't like where the colors are yet, but you know, that'll be something to worry about a bit later. So with these vines, I'm gonna just do a new layer and clip it on top, and then yeah, happy little accidents, and just kind of like give it the kind of edges, the backlighting, whatever. Hit it with that bright light. Try and make that work, you know? Yeah, there is a good chance that because I'm like not thinking about the colors, I might actually end up with like happy little accidents of colors, you know? That is entirely possible when doing this method, especially if you're trying to do a restricted palette and there's only so many colors to actually grab from the scene. Oh, thank you, Charlie. I didn't end up moving her manually. She decided it was warm enough for her to move. I'm a-okay with that. Oh, all right. Oh. It is now 3 o'clock. Have a sip of water. I should probably pull up the reference, or like the image of the hall to try and make it look accurate. Yeah. Folders take a minute to load in from the share drive. Okay, there we go. So that seems like the image I want. I want to open that in Clip Studio Paint. Thank you. Yeah, all right. I can move that down here. Shuffle that over and bring that back. Sweet. There we go. All right, yeah, so we have more like 2 giant arches, and then arches within arches within arches there. So could adjust the sketch, and it could just be like several of these kind of slapped together, like a big arch here, another one starting, another one ending, so it looks like it's really long. And one of the things that when I did this floor, I really wanted it to feel deeper than the other ones. So these railings are like higher up, which pushes them further back in perspective. Now, if we're looking at this from the outside, I guess your camera is like out in the starry zone out here, and you're looking in at this kind of angle cutting across. This wall here would kind of be blocking the light here. So I'm just kind of imagining that the corner room doesn't have this wall here, and it's more balcony on the other side, and so the light can kind of come through those pillars, because it just looks nice that way. So, yeah. All right. Oh, man. So I want Gustav to kind of like be more on the top of the pile a bit too. Maybe like the tail is kind of like sitting up, and the silhouette is just kind of broken off from the pile, and it's sitting directly on top of it a little more. I'll probably adjust its silhouette as well. It's not quite as goose as this lovely goose here. Um, I do think I'll keep the monocle though, just because it's funny to me. And yeah. So let's give it a little flip. Yeah, it's very still quite heavy on one side. Um, so I'm trying to think of like what would be the best way to kind of rebalance some of these. So if we're looking at just the bottom one, if we have kind of like more interesting details here that you're gonna want to look at this edge, I think that will work. And then this kind of area is just going to be really mid-tone, where it's just kind of like everything's kind of really closely related in values. And then, you know, this pillar here ends up being like extremely high contrast, so your eye is just going to want to like snap to that. And that might be too much, but it's hard to kind of like balance it until more is resolved. But I'm thinking that's kind of how that's going to work. The clouds as well, they're going to feel different the more rendered out this becomes. So that might work for kind of balancing that scene, especially since there's going to be like, I kind of think I could create a little more like negative space around here so that your eye will kind of like really find this interesting to kind of go to, and then it might hop down that vine and go over here, and I think that's gonna work. So I think I need a little more room from that vine, just like kind of moving it down. See if this just works like this. Yeah. Even bringing it to the left might be good too. But if I just have kind of like open air right here, where your eye can kind of rest with the details, that might be good. It's nothing too contrasty, that's super detailed, and like your eyes like, I gotta look at that little tiny interesting thing. It's just kind of like more kind of like room to look around, and it's not too demanding of you when you're looking at it. That's kind of like that negative space effect, right? Okay, and so the sketch, I'm just going to actually blend that a little bit to get more of that feel. Okay, so that feels a little more kind of like restful for me to look at, even though there's like this really dramatic, interesting thing happening here with the light, and there'll be like some fun, cool architectural detail. I think I'll keep it like interesting, but not like super resolved necessarily, so you're like trying to look super closely at it. You just kind of get what it is. So that might work. I want to make sure that these angles don't kind of like reflect each other too much. Like right now I'm getting like this angle, and the same with this angle, and this pile is almost matching that. It's going more vertical, so it's helping a bit there. And these clouds aren't really kind of giving me a lot of kind of balance, I don't think. So I want to adjust those shapes, kind of like change the weight of it. Maybe it kind of like dips down at one point and kind of hops up like over on the left or something, and kind of like bundles it all up in a nice little package. But the values are starting to kind of feel like they're more interesting here. I can kind of tell what's like supposed to be a bit more focal. What am I supposed to kind of really be looking at? Again, the good rambles where it's like, I don't even know what I'm saying. Hopefully it makes any sense. Yeah, I think the clouds could just be a lot kind of softer and not have hard edges, you know? Kind of nice. Yeah. Oh, how about the bottom? You have the back of the three mice that are on the beanstalk promo picture, just kind of hanging out. I like that. Just like a little tiny silhouette of them, just kind of hanging out. That'd be cute. Because they have like different hair and hats, from what I remember. I'll have to dig it up, but I like that. Yeah. Okay. So that would be good for kind of like giving the ability to balance it too. So I would potentially have them kind of sitting down, kind of just like hanging out here, something like that. Just kind of hanging out. Like, we made it. We did the climb. Maybe even like smaller than that. Yeah, I really enjoy little kind of cute things like this, especially when it's the chat that gives the ideas. So I'll have to look up that image and kind of figure out what characters I want to put where. But actually, I want this one to be kind of like, let's see, a little more like hunched over and like knees tucked up, right? Just kind of like elbow. Just kind of that, like just sitting on a hilltop, just kind of doing that, or maybe hand on chin. Yeah, they're just hanging out. I guess I can try and put these above this layer so I can get the tail. But I guess they're just sitting on a cloud, which maybe is indicating that those clouds are a little too solid feeling. Like maybe they should actually be sitting on this vine instead and have like the three of them, right? Because in the promo image they're also climbing a vine, right? So makes sense if that's what they're hanging out on here. Have the other one kind of like climbing and like looking out. Like that. That's pretty cute. There you go. Yeah. That's exactly it. I need the chat to be my the producer of these. You know, I mean, I make it for you guys. I want you guys to like have input on these images, but I really quite like this. This idea is very nice. Kind of adds a lot of life. This is a good one. Very good one. Thank you for that input. Again, I'll have to look up what those characters look like to do this right, but just so they have the idea. So I'm kind of feeling that steam running low, so I'm like, I want to try and make sure that I'm happy with where it's at, but I might wrap up soon, just so I'm not like totally exhausted. Because you'd be surprised how draining streaming can be if you're doing it all day long. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Good stuff. Alright, can I just program? There we go. I'll just kind of break that silhouette a little bit more. Got a message. Cool. All right. So this vine portion would actually be easier if I just like cut that and put it behind the loot pile. That way I don't need to do a weird, you know, trying to paint right up to the edge, and like that's never a fun way to overlap stuff. When you have layers you can use, just use layers. There we go. Oh, super itchy eye suddenly. That's what I get for like nuzzling my cats. Because a lot of the time when I go to the kitchen, Pika will just be like up in her cat tree, and she just like looks at me, and, like rolls onto her back, and you can't help yourself. You just gotta like smush your face right into the cat. And they have such fine little hairs that they'll like just, they'll tickle your nose, and then it just lasts forever. I am probably slightly allergic to my cats. What can you do? I just accept my fate. Yeah, okay, so you know what? I think that this is actually in a spot where I think I'm feeling good about it. I really do like these characters, just kind of like, just that's the thing that I needed to, I think, balance that. It just kind of brings some interest and life and kind of detail to this, kind of like there's like this weight to all the kind of like loot and contrast, and then it's more open, and then there's these interesting little characters just kind of like off in the distance, just kind of looking at the lovely scene. So I really like that. I think that's going to work really well. And as I render the vines, that's going to, like I'll probably get more of those kind of like little spindly vines and curls and stuff wherever it makes the most sense. Resolving this pile of goodies is going to be interesting. And especially the architecture, that's going to be kind of like a curious challenge. So I'll probably end up repainting that part because that's just like a really quick scribble. But I really want to keep this sense of like the kind of the depths. So for the background here, I really don't want to like go much darker than that to kind of like make it really feel like there's a lot of this atmosphere. You know, you're in these soft, billowy clouds. Another thing I might do is actually just make these clouds more billowy and just kind of like soften those edges so that they don't feel like rift clouds or something like that, right? Because I don't really want that to be the quality of the cloud, right? And then when it gets into the shadow, it's probably just going to be like blending in like a fog, right? So that might feel a little more natural. Could get some shadow from like the vines going into the clouds too. And yeah, so like also another thing that I'm trying to do more of, and I like the effect of it, is like trying to integrate hard edges and soft edges as much as I can, like where they're almost every line has a bit of a soft edge but a bit of a hard edge. If I can actually manage to do that, I find that it's a more interesting kind of look to things. So just kind of like adds a little bit of something. And so like because that's more bouncy light, I think I'm going to soften that more, whereas this edge here, I want that to be like a harder kind of edge to that light. But here, I think it being a soft rolling of the light might look best. So it's more gentle. Again, I'd be getting, you know, probably a good amount of bounce light from these clouds, kind of glowing up into the vine here, especially as it's like diving into the vine. I think that might look nice. So, yeah, lots to play with, lots and lots to still kind of figure out and resolve for it. But I think we're coming up on 3:30, and I'm not completely brain dead feeling yet, but I would probably prefer to not get to the point where, like, as soon as the stream is done, I need to go lay down and have a nap. Because some days when I stream, that's exactly what happens. I'm like, okay, I'm heading out, and then, like, I just crash. So I think I'm going to probably end the stream, and that'll let me kind of like do a bit more kind of file management and stuff like that, little uploads and stuff. Because that's another thing that often happens on Fridays, is like I'll have stuff I need to upload from the week or whatever, because I'm bad at kind of doing it immediately upon finishing something. Sometimes I like to sit on an image and look at it later before I upload it and be like, yeah, okay, I'm going to tweak it before I upload it. After streams, I can never do that almost. Like I'll just be like, I'm a zombie now, and then that's the end of the week. And I upload stuff Monday morning instead, which isn't the most ideal necessarily. Yeah, okay, so I like the bottom frame. That's feeling like it's getting figured out. I definitely like that glow of the gold. I can definitely give more of that glow and bloom to that light source there. Hopefully this vine in front is going to look like it matches the rest of the environment, and like how it's casting light, or shadow rather. I really like these characters. That like makes it sing to me now. They feel magical there, so it's fantastic. And then the top side, I kind of like it having a bit of just simplicity. like having it be like more clean silhouettes than like really detailed features. Especially if we're having kind of like these silhouettes of stuff in the foreground with kind of like this nice backlighting from the light source behind the castle. And then if those are kind of washed out in shadow, but we do have details from the castle, it's like we've adjusted how we're kind of like filtering the light so we can see more detail in the brighter areas. So the darker areas just kind of like bottom out and we lose kind of the kind of details there. But that'll make for nice silhouetting of those shapes, especially because we're doing the text as like part of the vines. So I think that will play nicely together. Yeah, and then just kind of like having more of the details in the background with the castle and the clouds, and those colors, which, you know, who knows what those look like in the end, but there's a idea of where we're at. Colors are not where they're gonna be. That's fair enough to say, I would say. They're not the worst, but they're not amazing. Like, a better way to look at this would actually be more like if I did, let's see, like hue, color, like more like that, and then just like a little bit of gold here and there. That's probably closer to where I actually want. Maybe use like a gentle brush or something to kind of. You know, be kind of more restricted palette like this, where it's like basically two colors just kind of playing nicely together, hopefully. Where like the lights are in the more golden area and the shadows are more in that kind of purple, pink range. So that's kind of more what I'm imagining the palette could end up being like, something like that. And then, yeah, maybe like the third color just kind of like accenting a few little features. Yeah, something like that could be good, maybe. Still figuring stuff out, you know? Right. Yeah, well, like, if I do a palette like this, you know, it does kind of create that like sunset feel of it, especially since the light is passing through like clouds, right? Which is kind of like how that tends to give you those colors as the atmosphere, as the light goes through the atmosphere at a really steep angle, the light rays that are kind of like getting through clouds and like just the air, because it's at a low angle, it's passing through more atmosphere. So like the shorter wavelength light is actually kind of falling out quicker. It's kind of, you know, bouncing away. So like the longer, bigger wavelengths kind of end up traveling further. That's why you get those warms and stuff in the sky for sunsets, right? So like maybe instead of like the bluey purple, we go more red purple, and that might be like, let's see, yeah, like it being a sunset would look lovely, and it might make sense, you know, if we do that. So if we try doing a little bit more kind of in the red. Oh, that's very Cursed City look to it, right? So I need to not do like the whole slider. I know Photoshop has one where you can colorize it first. Maybe with color balance. So we go more red and magenta. No, that's away from blues at least. To the more reds. Like that's kind of more sunset, perhaps. It's kind of neat. Actually, if I get the shadows being a lot more red, it's way too intense, but and the highlights, let's see, those go more yellow. I mean, it's mostly highlights actually, so I don't know how to use these sliders effectively. Now we're looking Halloween-y, right? That's what it was before. So, you know, not this. Oh yeah, you can do things like keep brightness. That might have been good. Keep brightness. Okay, so on the highlight. Okay, I don't know how to use those, but I might mess around with that later. Yeah. Yeah, I think it might be too purple though. I think maybe more orange and red. And if we look at the color wheel, we have like orange and red kind of nicely closely grouped together. So then if we do have our accent color, it would be more of that kind of blue cyan. So maybe we just kind of make a little quick palette here, just to kind of represent what might be a good space to occupy for colors. So if we have kind of like the that area, and then we go just a little touch of that blue if we need it. Maybe we don't end up doing like any of the accent at all. But like, if we can figure out how to give just a little bit of accent, that might be nice. Just like the ribbon or something. I need to learn how to do that properly. Yeah, so restricted palette, where it's basically you just kind of wash the whole thing out in a single color, and then you kind of like bring in like a secondary color to kind of like create a play with that. But like you want to have a really strong hierarchy where like you have one main color and then you bring in like an alternate color that just kind of is probably pretty close together. And then to really like make it pop, if you bring in the complementary of those two, but you have to use it very subtly. So if I did use this blue, I would actually probably make it like super gray and just kind of use it like that. I don't want it to be like super strong accented color, like it's like blue LED kind of thing glowing in here, right? I would probably make it almost like a gray and just kind of use it very selectively, though. That's another thing, is like it needs to be barely used to do it, you know, how like really good colorists do things. But like effectively, if done right, that could look green. So stuff to try. But yeah, I think with that, I'm going to save, and it is nearly 4 o'clock. So I think I'll call it there. Get the shield exported and share that. And then also I'll just share the, let me just make sure. Sorry, I just had some messages I want to catch up on, make sure I'm not missing anything. Cool. All right, and I will share the Larry link again, just in case anyone is around and has not seen it. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Here's that. I'm gonna just wrap it up with the time lapse again, actually, just so we can kind of see what we did. At least on the journal theme, I didn't do a time lapse on the shield, but yeah. So I hope you all had a good time today, and uh, I'm assuming Dave's probably going to do next week. But the week after, I'm hoping to do some mice concepts with you all. We'll see if we can do that. I think we might be in a position to do that. We have some stuff that is being concepted out right now. That's very cool and exciting, and I'm having a lot of fun looking at it and trying some concepts out. But if we don't, it might be nice to kind of like, if I don't finish this at the start of next week, or next week at all, then if this is unfinished, it could be nice to work on again on the next stream. But if at all possible, I'll try and do a mouse, because I feel like it's been a long time since we've illustrated a mouse together, and I miss doing that on stream, so it'd be fun. But yeah, I hope you all had a good time hanging out. Yeah, no, I am so excited for the new set of mice. It's going to be great. It's going to be really good. I'm very excited about them. Oh, it's interesting. So right now I was working in grayscale, but the preview, like the time lapse, doesn't know what kind of color preview I'm viewing it at, right? It just records kind of the history of the brushes. So we get like weird color like that cyan in the clouds, stuff like that, peeking through because I'm looking at it in grayscale. I don't know what colors I'm selecting and using. It's interesting. I don't even know where I got that cyan from. I guess I grabbed it from the little palette that I made, interestingly enough. So yeah. Yeah, I really like those three mice just hanging out. I'm going to have to look at the promo art, and make sure that, yeah, it being kind of like one cohesive color works so much better there. But yeah, I'm gonna have to look at the promo art and try and give them kind of the same outfits. Like I think one of them has the guard outfit, and another has like big hair and dress or something like that. But yeah, so that's gonna be a wrap today, and I shall see you probably in 2 weeks. But until next time, I hope you all have an awesome weekend. Stay safe, and yeah, so take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I'll see you next time. Until then, happy hunting, and I'll catch you later. Bye. Bye-bye.